Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Friday, everybody. Hopefully it hasn't been too stressful of a day so far, but it's getting to the point where most people are getting off work, so... Well, unless you're on the West Coast. Imagine being those guys right now. Can't even catch a Corbett stream. Unbelievable. Really not showing up where it matters. Anyway, hope everyone's having a good day so far. Well, today, we are going to be picking up from where we left off quite a bit ago, because we have not been playing this campaign in the EU5 beta for quite some time. I think about 3 weeks, maybe. Much to my embarrassment. I think it's been since, yeah, actually June 4th. So maybe not too long. It's been like 2 weeks. Actually, it's been almost exactly 2 weeks. That's crazy. But yeah, we're gonna pick up where we left off in this 1.3 beta run. And they did have a couple of changes. I don't really know if it's going to affect us too much. We did still have some major issues with the start of our campaign and diseases and stuff like that. But I am going to continue this run because I don't want to have to restart playing as Genoa again. On the West Coast, though, it is 2000. Oh, like 2 o'clock? Wait, on a West Coast, wait a second. Wait a minute, when you say West Coast, you're gonna mean like... Yeah, I'm actually on the West Coast of Newfoundland or something. I'm actually on the West Coast of Nova Scotia. I don't know if that exactly counts, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, good afternoon so far, at least to Ali, Putira, and Illicitline. Hello, everybody. Europe? Wait, you said it was 2000. I thought you meant like 2 o'clock. It's not 2 o'clock in Europe. Oh, you meant it was... Okay, no, never mind. I was... I thought that was a typo. I thought you were like, oh, it's 2 o'clock for me. But no, you meant it was like 8 o'clock for you. Like 20... Yeah, okay, never mind. That makes more sense. You're using too many 24-hour times for a 12-hour timer like me. Getting me all confused. Anyway, I do think that some of the changes are a little interesting. We're gonna find out how those feel to play, especially the one that doubles our per-ship maritime presence. That's gonna be fascinating. And then they're changing the economy as well. We're gonna see. Well, I mean, one of the main things I want to play with today is the Imperial Circles mechanic. So let me actually just... Here we go. Swap ourselves over to the actual campaign. And I'm going to turn down the music volume because it was set to 100. But basically, the goal, if there really is one, if you could call it a goal, for today, is that we are going to stay in the HRE, and we are going to check out the Imperial Circles mechanics, see if we can become the leader of the Italian Circle. So, to that end, we are, of course, going to have to remain loyal to the Empire, and actually lead the Ghibellines, which we have been doing. Now, I did notice something, maybe a little too late, but I'm not going to change what we're doing right now. But I did notice we actually can't form Italy, because you have to win the Guelphs and Ghibellines as the leader of the Guelphs. And we are as far away as possible from doing that. Not only are we not in the Guelphs, but we are the leader of the Ghibellines. So, I just don't think we're going to be able to form Italy. Much to my chagrin. I would very much like to, at some point, be able to form Italy, maybe as like a late game kind of thing, if I were to continue this campaign super late. But, yeah, I guess at the very least, for now, we cannot form Italy unless we were the leader of the Guelphs. I think I might have to disagree with this. I think it's a new requirement here. Mostly because I don't really know what the game plan here was. I don't actually understand why they did this. I think maybe if you're a monarchy in Italy, you can still form Italy if you are granted the title by the Holy Roman Emperor, so maybe that's the reason. Maybe. But if you're playing as a republic, like, that's just too bad. That's too bad. Unless you can become the leader of the Guelphs or something, then that's too bad. It's not happening. But also, it feels too early game oriented. I feel like maybe this is like, oh, you want to form it before 1400, before 1450? Then, yeah, sure, okay. Then after that, give me some different requirements, maybe. That would be cool, actually. Dynamic requirements for forming countries. Write that one down, Paradox. That one's for free. Tonight, Corbett will be doing the same thing to the HRE that Canada did to Qatar. Total domination. I did hear about that game last night. I didn't watch it, but yeah, that's devastating. I don't know if we've seen a loss that devastating since 7-1 Germany-Brazil. Or maybe there was also, wasn't there a 7-1, wasn't it France versus, I want to say Nauru, but no, it was somebody, I think, in this FIFA World Cup. But anyway, there was like a 7-1 this time too. Germany, Curacao, maybe that was it, yeah. Yeah, another 7-1. Tragic. How long until you buy the emperorship? See, that's the thing. So, I don't think we're going to be able to become a monarchy here. I just think it's kind of impossible, or like really, really difficult for us. We would have to get 95 aristocracy. That has not changed. Okay, cool. I guess it makes sense. You would need to have like some major radical shift happen to become a monarchy in this case, because the powers are so concentrated in the mercantile class. It'd be pretty difficult. But, yeah, so we're not really looking to buy the emperorship. We're going to try and become the imperial circle leader. Didn't Genoa have a period that it was a monarchy? I actually do not know. We may very well have something like this. Oh yeah, also, right, so to continue on from last time, remember, we actually did invade Constantinople. We created a subject here. The funniest possible thing has happened, though, where our subject didn't make it the capital, which is mind-boggling. And also, they got rid of the walls. I cannot fathom the vassal mindset. I could not possibly, like, in a million years, I never would have predicted that they wouldn't have the capital in Constantinople, and in fact, they would get rid of all of the defenses. Yeah, they got rid of the Theodosian walls, yeah. Mr. Doria, tear down this wall, and they took that seriously. No more walls in Constantinople. The city doesn't need protecting. We have God's favor on our side. They say after the city has just fallen to the Genoese merchants. So yeah, that's a little bit cooked. I don't even know what I'm gonna do about that. So, yeah, Constantinople's totally cooked. Like, it's over at this point. Pretty sure you don't need to win as the Guelphs to form Italy. It's either you win as them or you own the right locations. Wait... Oh, okay, never mind. I'm understanding it a little bit better. Okay, yeah, that UI actually did throw me off quite a bit. I gotta learn how to read the EU5 UI. Because I figured it was gonna be, you need at least one of these. Either all of this, or all of this, and you need this. Wait, isn't that the requirement? I'm pretty sure that is the requirement, isn't it? To form Italy, you need to win the Guelphs and Ghibellines, and you need to either own Milan and Firenze, or own Napule. Isn't that how that works? I feel like I'm reading the UI correctly here, because this bar is like they are, what's the word I'm thinking of? Parallel, sure. Yeah, so these are like parallel to each other, right? This is one condition, which includes these things underneath it. And this is also a second condition, isn't it? Let me check another condition for something else. I believe I'm right on this, but I will have to verify with another requirement that I know better. Let's see. There has to be some requirement here that will tell me something that I need to know. Maybe not. I swear somewhere there's got to be something else I can just check. Okay, maybe not, but I'm pretty sure I'm right on this. Yeah, you do need to be the Gulf leader and win? Okay, yeah, that was... Yeah. So maybe not the greatest thing out there. Don't like how city walls work in this game. Why do they give bonuses to an estate? The idea is that when you build the city walls, they're not like the most formal of actual castles. So the maintenance of the city walls is kind of being given to the local burghers and stuff. I think that's the idea. Is that like those who are tasked with maintaining the city walls are going to be like one of the estates? Or so I think they've explained, but I don't know. I think I have been delaying the start of this campaign long enough. It's been, you know, a couple minutes. I might as well go ahead and kick off where we left off. So, the Black Death is still going on, by the way. It hasn't quite ended, but it's pretty close to ending. We did lose around a third of the population, I think. Somewhere around that, so not great. Not as bad as other countries have gotten it so far. Like, some countries got down to like 50% or even worse. So, it's not the worst thing in the world. I think the population's going to be low for the entire campaign, but like, that's fine. I don't really mind that too much. But yeah, I think after that, maybe it would be worthwhile to pass a little census, perhaps. I've also been kind of throwing for the last few years of the game, because I just wanted to see how bad the Black Death was. So, the end of that last stream was a little rushed, and I was not properly preparing for continuing to play. So, yeah. Let's go ahead and do that, actually. We will conduct a census, unless I don't really have the parliament support. I only get 9.5%. Okay, maybe it's not worth trying to do that. Because I can't afford another stability hit right now. It's pretty bad. I think what we could do right now is probably try to increase our production or something. Or maybe make the burghers happy. I don't know. Regulate tithe collection. Ooh, we get 10 years of tax efficiency. The thing is, we don't make most of our money off of tax. If I unpause here and I reset our income from taxes, yeah, it's still not amazing. So, I'm thinking that's not really worth it too much to us. Also, why am I maxing my Diplo spending? Why indeed? I'm not too sure. But I should actually try to improve relations with my subjects. Which I hadn't been doing because, again, I was kind of throwing in the end of the last stream, so that is entirely on me. But I think we're going to turn this down just a tad. Just a little bit. We're making decent money. I'm not really sure what to spend it on. Also, yeah, you know what? We'll take the... Man, none of these are too useful. Maybe I need a law change. Let's think about it that way. Republicanism. Oh, we can't actually... Well, yeah, we can't afford the change, but I would like to know which ones are available, regularly speaking. Anyway, what do we have here? So we have Republicanism. Monthly Republican tradition for free. I do like that. It does save me some money, but it's not that much money. Trade capacity, not bad, but it's only 5%. Virtues of Politeia. That might be the move, actually. Estate satisfaction, equilibrium increase for everybody, including the commoners, which will be able to pay us a lot more money. I think I do like that one, actually. What else do we want changed, though, is the other question. We'll just pick up something random. It doesn't really matter too much. We'll pick this up. But what else do we want changed? Favor the ruler, I think, in this instance, is fine to keep. Only because we do want as much crown power as possible for our increased trade income. Let's see, when the Guelphs and Ghibelline situation ends and the Guelphs win, it says the leader doesn't need Milan and Florence or Naples to form Italy. Yeah, well, yeah, it says it's... Wait, its leader doesn't need Milan and Naples and Florence or Naples to form Italy. Is that what it's saying? It doesn't feel like it's what it's saying, but hey, you know what? I don't think we're going to worry about it too much because we're not planning to form Italy. We are Merchant Republic maxing. Look at the requirement. Seems that way just seems really unintuitive. I guess we'll see later. Yeah, maybe. How was the war against Byzantium early game? It was actually really tedious, I'm not gonna lie. It was brutal. It was excruciating. It was tedious and etc. and all of the above. It was really bad. But we did win, so that's cool, I guess. I think really the only reason that I wanted to take Byzantium is, one, because I thought it would be funny, and two, because I kind of wanted to have a neat little throughput. I didn't want to pay the tolls to have my trade into the Black Sea, you know, get tolled. Didn't want that. That would be pretty cringe. And I don't think we're paying tolls. At least we shouldn't be, because we have subjects here. Right? So you're not going to force me to pay a toll, are you? We're getting no income from the sound toll. Yes, but is anybody actually paying the sound toll? Sure, we're not getting any income, but is anybody paying it? I wish I knew how tolls work. Link to a specific location you need to own in order to be the controller of the strait. The income generated is scaled by your control in that location. Wait, so do tolls actually do anything? Or rather, can you control them? Like, how does that even work? I don't know. Actually, an easy way to find out. Let me go to my subject. It's added the trade maintenance. It is, and I know at the very least I'm not paying it. Right? Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not paying anything. Presumably because my subject has it. But is my subject collecting off of everybody else? Is what I want to know. Because I feel like I should be allowed to collect off of it, if my subject is the one in control here. That's kind of a maybe. How would I even check that? I would go to my subjects, and I would go to the Republic of Byzantium, and I would check their income, which is not something I'm allowed to check. Okay, what if I go to countries Byzantium, and I check your income, and it doesn't give me a breakdown? Okay, never mind. I guess we'll never know. I guess we'll never know. If you switch to your vassal, the income is showed as trade income. Okay, I guess that's one way to know. If I go and I check my my subject here. Are you making money off that? You're not making money off the toll. Interesting. Okay, I can work with that. Back to Genoa. Should say on the icon on the market map. Should it? me look at the sound toll up here. Doesn't really seem to be saying much. Oh well, not that big of a deal. I was just curious to see if, when I actually went ahead to make this, you know, toll-free, if that actually mattered. And it doesn't really matter too much, I suppose. Anyway, as the world is falling apart, let's see how everybody's doing. How are you doing, France? Not losing too many pops. Okay, that's good for you, I guess. Let's not forget, I do want to keep on expanding, actually. I do want to keep taking things. Forcing people into the faction, or just taking land in general. Especially because I do need to figure out a way to expand faster within Italy. Now these guys, I think they like me too much. Maybe. Because if I declare war on them, I'm losing 10 stability. So presumably that's the problem. The other issue, though, is that if I want to take more land, I can't really integrate it. Or at least it's going to take a long time to integrate. 9 years on this one, and, well, 5 years isn't too bad there, but that's literally for one location. Yeah, it's the only concern. But we will go ahead and actually insult you. No one's paying, maybe no one's trading through the strait? Maybe. Well, yeah, the Black Death is still going around, so maybe people aren't trading still. Yeah, let's see if we can just go to war with this guy, force into the faction. I do get to take stuff, though, right? Yes. Okay. Yeah, okay, we'll do that then. Except we won't, because we have no stability! Let's go! Never mind. I used a bunch of stability on not dying from the Black Death. Well, it's cooked. Getting disease outbreaks anyway. Why is the land slow to integrate? In particular, also I'm stupid. Oh my god. I look over to chat and I immediately forget what I'm doing. My bad. Well, let's pass a law, and then let's read chat so that I don't pay attention to the fact that I'm on speed 5 and the game is really fast these days. Definitely an improvement to performance. My only complaint is that I'm not paying that much attention. Land is slow to integrate because I'm a merchant republic. That's the main issue right now. Oh, okay, I'm an idiot. I'm literally gonna have to go back to the one save. But I didn't do literally anything, so this does not matter. It's fine. It's just like, Corbett, you're dumb. And yes, I know, my bad. Gamer not paying attention to the game? That actually is a certified Corbett classic. Streamer spending too much time streaming instead of playing the game that he is streaming. It's fine. We can literally speedrun this now, it seems. So, not a huge deal. We'll just do this. It's not like I did literally anything, so... Just have to press that button, and that one, and that's it. So anyway, yeah, we'll just go ahead and do this, because I... don't have confidence in getting anything here. We will do a law change real quick. Favor the ruler, we're keeping ourselves on that. We're going to swap away from republicanism to virtues of the politeia. Congratulations, you guys. You actually don't get more enfranchisement. That's kind of funny. Well, anyway, here you go. Alright. Paradox, please unfix the engine. Mr. John Paradox, the game is running too smoothly. Please. We must slow the game down. But yeah, anyway, we don't have to worry too much about the game taking a super long time to play anymore, which is cool, I guess. It's a pretty noticeable improvement in performance. I actually don't think I want... Oh wait, you're just a cabinet member? Yeah, that's fine. Oh, okay, so of course we actually do get the support we need, but I'm just gonna pretend that that didn't happen. So, what are we building here? What do we want to build? We could use more ships. We could use more galleys, I think. Also, I think they did say that they doubled maritime presence from ships. Very fascinating. I guess we'll take a look at that today. Especially because these ships should be patrolling the seas. Over here and here, because I do have some maritime presence I'd like to improve. Not here, though. That's kind of interesting. Burghers lose happiness for the merchants to get more. Or sorry, for the nobles to get more. I'm actually okay with that. That works perfectly for me. Okay, so you should not be improving maritime presence over here. Don't do that. Just like here is fine. Don't do it here either. Just like this general area is all I need. And then I would like to see if I can make more of these trade offices in other places. I would like a whole bunch in my subject here. Because I feel like trade in and around Constantinople is going to be worth a lot of money. We're just going to build a couple of these. Just a couple of trade offices. You seen a performance change? I guess my PC's too bad for me to see the differences when it improves. I feel like it would be the opposite. I feel like the worse your PC is, the more noticeable the difference would be. Wouldn't that make sense? Because if your PC is already pretty decent, then the change would feel negligible. Is Sicily a good target right now? I'm gonna say no, mostly on the basis of I don't know what I would do with Sicily. I think right now the best targets are gonna be the countries around us, where we get immediate proximity, so like here, here, pretty much anywhere along this little coastline, up into this valley here, the Po Valley I think it's called. So everywhere like around here. Actually, maybe this is the Po Valley. Different valley, perhaps. Anyway, we want to take this stuff up around here because it's nice and flat, easy to get some control over. So we want to own this, and then we want to have the islands, and we want to have more stuff with more islands once we actually have ships. The biggest thing is actually improving our naval capacity. Like the number of ships that we have, and our ability to project maritime presence, that kind of thing. Also, right, I am gonna have to pay for this more. Alright, one thing I did actually forget to do when I reloaded was this and this. Improve relations with my subjects. And then once I get another diplomat, we'll go ahead and declare war. Okay, maybe I should actually do that. Can't Italy be a merchant republic? I mean, I guess you can, if you figure out a way to be Italy as a merchant republic, but other than that, I'm not really too sure when I look at these requirements. If that comment was for me, I've not tried to run it for a while. It was actually for someone else, but I mean, yeah, if you haven't tried playing EU5 since like November, then yeah, it's gonna run a lot better than it did in November, that's for sure. Yeah, let's maybe actually just declare war on these guys. Raise the army, raise the fort maintenance, nobody cares. Yeah, we've committed no crimes in Italy so far. Until now. Except that I still have no stability. Ah, shoot, right, yeah, I did literally just do that, didn't I? Speaking of stability, maybe we have so much money and we should spend it on getting more stability. Because other than that, with the Black Death still fresh, like the way that it just hit us, we can't really build anything that'll be too worth it, you know? Like, we can't make much money off of anything individually. We still have massive labor shortages. So I don't really think there's much we can do in terms of building. We're just going to make a bunch of ships. ComSci grad struggles with paradox if statements. I think I'm struggling with their UI design on these if statements. Like, this to me still reads, mostly because, I mean, yeah, ComSci moment, when it comes to indentation, anything that is an equal weight, or like an equal part of the statement, should be indented at like these equal levels. So this is one condition, this is a separate condition. If this isn't indented, even if I don't really know what they're trying to do with all this on the side here, right? Let's just working with indentation here. These read as separate clauses because they are the same level of indentation. Especially because, yes, if statements have their little things nested in it, right? If you want if statements within if statements, you gotta nest the if statements. This one, not nested, so it's kind of an odd one. Ooh, I would absolutely like to burn some books for 7 stability and making the clergy happy. Could really use that stability, actually. I could also really use the Republican tradition, and frankly, I don't really care about if people want to become Waldensian and Cathar. Sounds good to me. Alright, now, we do have the stability to go and invade these guys, so let's do that. Are you for indentations or braces? Truth nuke? Both. I mean, why wouldn't you use both, right? I mean, obviously Python, you're not going to use both, but, you know, for anything you want it to be readable, just have both. Like the open indentation, or sorry, the open brace, and then you indent each line, and then you have the closed brace, which is back another, you know, you unindent the last brace. Also, I'm a little confused about, like, what's the morale rating on this army? Oh, that's not morale, I'm stupid, never mind. That's the composition. I still I kind of forgot about that bar being there. Actually, we'll siege this when we get our morale back, and then not really too sure what to do about these other guys because I just don't really care that much. Maybe Sweden has a different way of doing if statements. Maybe they've invented brand new if statements. This is all I really want right now. It's all I can actually afford to conquer, I think. So what can I even get from these other guys? Alba, how much can you pay me? 10 ducats. Meaningless. Humiliation, kind of meaningless. Pay war reps, kind of meaningless. Oh, also, we have estate interactions, and I kind of forgot that we had these. The commoners one is really good. Plus 20 stability. Can't do that for another 2 years. Ooh, I love this one so much, though. This might be one of the most goated possible interactions. Genuinely no notes, 10 out of 10. Well, maybe it's a little bit strong, but I think it's fine, to be honest. Because it's strong, but it's not going to save you from anything really catastrophic. Probably. Vertical lines, some as and statements. Horizontals attached to a single vertical is an or statement, I think. I genuinely have no idea. Like, clearly when we're looking at least one of these, like, we have this bar going down here, so it's clearly indicating at least one of these. Either you have all of Milan and Firenze, or you own Napule. Like, these are definitely not part of the same condition. So this is a condition, and this is a condition. So this and statement and this by itself are definitely co-equal, right? Within something else, which I think must be within at least one of these. But they are almost certainly not co-equal with winning the Guelphs as the leader of the Guelphs. Like, there's no way these are co-equal when they're so not on the same level here. I think that's why it's also a separate requirement. You ever think there will be an EU5 Anbanar? I mean, they are working on it. In fact, you should go and watch yesterday's Anbanar stream, because we did briefly take a look at the Eastern Serpent Spine map that they're making for EU5, and it is quite impressive. Now, for these guys, how much AE am I taking for that? That's a pretty sizable amount of AE for something that's actually not that important. So, I'm not going to worry about these guys. I'm going to ask for money, and I'm going to ask for war reps. And maybe a humiliate, it's just 5 prestige, which really doesn't do too much, but I'll take it anyway, because I like antagonism decay. Or maybe I should vassalize somebody. Maybe I'll vassalize you at some point and start feeding you territory. But not today. Okay, that works with the Republic of Alba. And then Montferrat. Again, we'll just take money and war reps, and we'll just take a bunch of stuff that doesn't really matter. Humiliate. Revoke your core, of course, we're gonna do that. And then we have to... Well, that's weird. Why do I have to wait 6 extra months, but I didn't have to wait for you? That's pretty odd. Very peculiar. Anyway, we're gonna go disband these levies. We've already won the war at this point. EU4 is already laggy with Anbanar. I can't fathom what will happen with the EU5. No, trust, it'll be fine. Surely. Surely. Prosperity and Sana decreased, but I do get more stability, and I do like stability. Especially right now when I need to embrace the institutions. And I haven't done that yet because the country wants to collapse. And I don't want it to collapse. Definitely we want a library. Maybe a chancery as well. If nothing else, something to spend money on. But what just happened there? What? I would like to see my maritime presence. How are we doing here? Not great. And we're not taking up at all. Why? Because we're improving it over here. Why are we improving it over here? No one really knows. No one can really explain that one. Our top scientists still can't quite figure that one out. Let's see if we can just focus on the things that matter, please. Raining cats and dogs in the old world. How's the frozen, desolate land where you live, Corbett? It's actually pretty hot the past couple of weeks. It is June, which means it is 25 to 30 degrees Celsius season in the country. Oh, maybe the reason I can't piece this guy out is because I'd never fully occupied him. I might just be dumb. It's actually been raining here for a couple days as well. It's just been like humid out. It's been raining and it's hot. Kind of sucks. There we go. That was definitely it. Okay, anyway. You don't really have to do too much. I'm probably not going to invade you for a while anyway, so congratulations, you can leave. You, however, not so lucky. Yoink. Did anybody care about that? A little bit. Okay, well, we'll chill out for a little bit then. You're planning on capturing Pisa? Any self-respecting Genoa larper would absolutely hate Pisa's guts. The thing is, we actually don't even hate each other either, so... I don't know. I probably will, though, because it is a coastal city and I do want to take it. Lucca, Pisa... anything within 2 locations of this little area. What is this, the Ligurian Sea? Do I know my naval geography correct? Nope, not even close. This is to the Tyrrhenian Sea. What's the Ligurian Sea, then? Am I crazy? Is that not a real thing? Did I just make that up? Okay, never mind. Oh no, I didn't make that up. I did not make that up at all. This is the Ligurian Sea, right here. I think. Maybe. It said it's somewhere there, anyway. How's the Black Sea worker trade going? I don't think we're doing much much trade by way of slavery right now. Maybe we are. Is that a big thing Genoa was doing in the Black Sea? Just like slavery? Exporting slaves? Oh yeah, we actually are just exporting slaves. That's crazy. What do you know? Ligurian Sea is correct, although in Italian we call it the Gulf. Okay. It does feel more like a gulf than a sea. That is fair. Disband units. Oh, it's probably something I had over here. Oh yeah, it is actually something I had over here. Because I own this. Because I can't give it to you. Wait, I can give it to you. Oh, right. Yeah, for some reason these are my cores. And I don't really remember why. Because they are Greek and they do not like me. Oh, of course it would be the Ligurian Sea, because they're, yeah, Ligurians. Why on earth are we getting so many Ligurians here, though? Is everybody that's born Ligurian? Is that what's happening? I was gonna say, assimilation is definitely not happening here, is it? I'm seeing 0 assimilation. Okay, well, I mean, I guess if it's a core, they just get born your pop type. Which is interesting. Very odd. See it as them being given the opportunity to convert to the one true faith. Let's go. We love the papal sanction on slavery. That was definitely a thing. It's totally chill, guys. We're actually just saving their souls. Don't even worry about it. Surely. Oh yeah, do we have the Imperial Circles? We do. Oh hey, look at that. We actually might make our own circle. The Liguria and Corsica Circle. It's really specific, actually. Oddly specific circles. Join the Imperial Circle. I mean, it's already mine. Genoa joins my own circle. I mean, we're already here. No circle leader. I need to invite people to my circle, don't I? Hello, would you like to join my circle? How do I do that? Is it in this menu? Circles. End date of the formation period, 1353. So why are multiple people in the Brabant circle? How do I get other people to join my circle? I mean, I guess I will join my circle, right? Okay. Alright then. That's a lot of circles. Looking like a Venn diagram, the number of circles we have. Maybe we just have to wait for them to form. Or maybe there's something that's being disabled by Gelson Ghibellines. Speaking of which, I do actually need to force more people into the faction. Actually, what happens if the Ghibellines win? What if we win? What happens if I somehow don't mess this up? What's the end condition? Members, breakdown, Guelphs, Ghibellines, start date. There's gotta be something here that tells you what actually happens, right? Somewhere? Do I just have to click on Ghibellines? No. That's not gonna tell me anything. How do I find out what happens when somebody wins? I don't know. I guess we'll never know. Ghibellines are HRE, Guelphs are freedom? Yeah, I assumed, but I wanted to know, like, if we win, do the members of the Guelphs leave the HRE anyway? Like, if the Ghibellines win, does it force all of northern Italy into the HRE? Like, are they forced to stay? If the Guelphs win, do they force northern Italy to leave? Does anybody have autonomy? Do they get to choose? Or is it forced for them based on who wins? That's what I want to have answered, and I don't know where to find the answer, because it doesn't really seem to say much. Oh, hold on. Maybe? Okay, the Guelphs win when their progress reaches 100%. The Guelphs leader may form Italy without the usual location requirements. We have learned something. Critical information has been revealed. Okay, so this actually... Oh my god, you gotta be kidding. This is actually an or statement? This is an or statement? This here? Like, these are co-equal? Really? This branch is co-equal with this branch, and they have different... Okay. Alright, no, that's cool, I guess. Okay. Alright. So, neat. All Italian countries are blocked from joining the Holy Roman Empire for 50 years. Okay. If the Ghibellines win... the Ghibellines leader may request the Kingdom of Italy title from the HR Emperor, oops, at reduced requirements for 10 years. Okay, thing is, I'm going to be a merchant republic, so I don't know if that's going to allow us to actually become Italy. I just don't think that's going to happen, maybe, but... Okay, so that's what happens when we win. So nobody's forced to leave. If the Guelphs win, then no one's allowed to join the HRE for 50 years. If the Ghibellines win, all countries with their capital in northern Italy, with the exception of the Pope, join the HRE. Well, if that is meant to be the case, then I think they should add that here. Also, I can just speed 5 this. What am I doing? Not really worth taking any more territory for now, probably. 1, because HRE moments. And 2, because I can't really integrate it. At most, what I could do is maybe, like... Maybe I could ask... Like, can I purchase something from somebody? Can I buy a vassal off you? Hey, can I buy this? No, I didn't think so. What if I go to somebody over here? Hey, knights. What are Fondako rights? Oh, right, trade capacity. Oh, yeah, I should be building these. That is my main thing, isn't it? Anyway, hello, knights. Do you think I could buy this? They are not at all interested. Okay. Cyprus, my man. You're actually also Catholic, so I don't think that's going to happen. Bafra. Hey there, buddy. Think I can buy something off you? No. Okay, yeah, I mean, I kind of figured. Golden Horde. You should... Okay, maybe you're not willing to sell me anything, but I think you should anyway. No, they're at war, okay. Hey, Trebizond, you don't need this, right? What use do you have for this? I think you should sell it to me. Okay, never mind. Alright. Maybe... You better start building some Fondakos. I'm not allowed to buy or purchase or create Fondakos. Gazaria's not giving me Fondako rights. You're my subject. What do you mean you're not giving me Fondako rights? Oh wait, did I accidentally grant you Fondako rights like an idiot? Yes, I did. I'm stupid. My bad. Competing Merchant Republic. Brother, you are my subject. You are not, in fact, a competing Merchant Republic. You are me. You are my Merchant Republic, okay? You are an extension of my business interests in the Black Sea. You are not a competitor. You are my literal lifeline of trade in the Black Sea. We are not competing. You pay me every single month. We are, in fact, creating a concerted effort to dominate the trade in the Black Sea together. We are not competitors. We are colluders. And I'm sorry, did the bank just say that they were going to try and compete with me in my circle? Did I hear that correctly? Did you just... Did I hear that? Also, whoa. Holy UI moment. Why? What? Why are we doing this? A scroll bar when we have 4 options? This might be a crime. This might have to get reported to the UI police. Okay, so what can we do here? Distribute Imperial grants. Diplomatic reputation. Cool. Everyone gets extra satisfaction. So what is this satisfaction of the Imperial Circle? Higher satisfaction improves prestige and diplomatic reputation for the Circle leader. If the Circle is discontent, then the leader faces challenges. And if they're very upset, then they might openly challenge my authority. Okay, so right now we have 50 satisfaction. I assume everybody starts with this. Demanding loyalty. Each non-leader member of our Imperial Circle gains pressured for loyalty for 3 years and loses opinion. The satisfaction drops by 5. We gain prestige and diplomatic standing for 3 years. But members resent this imposition. Sure. Reform circle coinage. We lose Republican tradition. The circle is happier. And wow, minus 12. That is an insane amount of monthly inflation reduction. That's crazy. 0.25 monthly inflation reduction for 5 years. Sure, we make, you know, less off of minting, but that's a lot of money we can make off that. That is really nice. Maybe we'll go ahead and do that, actually. Go to our circle here. Reform circle coinage. So we lose Republican tradition. Everybody's happier, though, for it, which is cool. Every member of our circle gains this reformed coinage. They gain opinion of me, and we increase circle satisfaction. Okay. Let's actually do this. I like this. Reduction of circle titles. Everyone loses 5 satisfaction. This should not be green, I think. If they lose satisfaction, then obviously that's bad. So maybe that needs a bit of a change. Reduce circle titles for 5 years. Core spending efficiency increase. Legislative efficiency increase. And we gain reduced circle titles, right, which is this thing. Well, every circle member will gain a minus 50 opinion. Okay, this is just kind of fun. The green is throwing me off here. Yippee, minus 50 opinion. And then the circle satisfaction reduced by 5. So it just makes it easier or more efficient for us to spend on the court, and people don't like that very much. For some reason. Well, it's because I'm reducing the circle titles, so I guess that makes sense. Improves efficiency, solidifies our position as the leader. It would allow me to spend less on the cost of court. Although that's not a huge expense, so I don't think it's worth making everybody upset over that. The Diplo reputation for just 2 years is not enormous, and we spend a small amount of money distributed equally among the non-leaders. Everyone gains opinion of us, and okay, yeah, you know what, that's fine. If everybody likes us more, pretty cheap, we'll just take it. Alright, I think that's everything we can do with the circles. But outside of that, I would like to know what else the circles are for. Sure, it's regional leadership. But on top of regional leadership, what else does it do? Do we vote as a circle, perhaps? Maybe that's it. So we'll have to wait for another policy to be enacted. What? I think this might be broken. Do tell me, why is the Bank of Bardi in charge of the circle? Huh? I think it's a little bit cooked, guys. I've been deposed when everybody was happy. Nobody was actually challenging me because everyone was happy. And then it's like, actually, you just get deposed for the love of the game. Why? I don't know, just cuz. Thought it would be funny, I think. Okay. Okay, whatever, I guess. Can I get rid of all of the banks of Bardi? Like, what if I just remove them from existence? It's so weird, so peculiar. Also, we have a really big circle over here. Damn. I say we, but actually the Bank of Bardi has a really big circle over here. That is kind of funny. They just get to have the circle. Okay. That's cool, I guess. Ooh, it does tell you when it's winter. That's neat. I like that change. Anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and build some more ships. It's really the only thing we can spend our money on. And all it's really doing is marginally improving my maritime, or my control over here. It isn't even worth much, now that I think about it. Like, what am I doing this for? I guess for trade advantage, maybe? I don't know. Okay, so how do I take my circle leadership back from the Bank of Bardi? Oh, also the Doge is dead. I do like that guy. Aren't we sort of beefing between the Dorias and the... Isn't there someone else that we're supposed to be beefing with? Maybe not anymore. Now that we're Merchant Republic. Okay, I think we'll take this guy. Unmarried Doge. I guess a local tie would be better, maybe? Wow, she has really good stats. Damn. Just a courtier with stats like that? That's crazy. Guys, I don't think it's possible for me to get my leadership back. I think they stole it from me. It's just so odd, isn't it? There's really no explanation. The dead can't lead anything. I don't really know how to kill a bank, though. Yeah, I don't think there's anything I can do. Maybe I have to like tag swap to the bank itself? I'm trying to figure out how we could possibly prevent this from happening again, though. Clearly this is some kind of oversight. The Bank of Bardi should not be in charge of the Tuscany Circle, while a very powerful Genoa exists. It just doesn't really make any sense. Need to destroy every building it has in a peace deal. I'm gonna see if I can do some finagling, though. Because, obviously, this is some kind of bug. Like, this is not working as intended. So maybe I can do something on the Bank of Bardi's end. Yeah, it is kind of weird that they can just take it, and there's no counterplay, and there's nothing you can do to prevent it, and they shouldn't have it to begin with. It's kind of weird. Yeah, so for some reason, we are in charge of the circle. How do I leave the circle? Maybe I just make everybody upset, but the satisfaction does not drop very easily. Can I leave the HRE? Like, is there a button for me to be like, actually, we're not going to be here anymore? There must be some way I can fix this. Otherwise, it might actually just brick our entire playthrough. And it would be unfortunate. So where's the leave button again? Members. I don't know where that button is. Vote? I have to go to the Emperor and say, hey, let me leave. No. Is there a button to leave? No. What does a man have to do to leave the HRE? Maybe on the Emperor tab. Could have sworn I saw that button when I was playing Genoa. Hold on. I could have sworn I saw this button somewhere. Oh, maybe I can't because I'm in the Gelson Ghibellines. Just leave the Ghibellines. Is the Bank of Bardi in the Ghibellines? Yes. Maybe you need to leave the Ghibellines first. I had a campaign where the Bank of Acciaioli, maybe, got all the Italian tags as subjects in the aftermath of the Italian Wars because it was the leader of one of the leagues and they won. That's so weird. On the Members tab, you have to switch to the old flag view, and then the leave button appears. Switch to the old flag view. The old flag view. Like the members? Oh, hold on a second. That's interesting. You have interactions. Cool. In the members tag, top left corner. Okay. Members tag, top left corner. Here, flags display. That's the way that you leave the HRE? That's where the button is? Okay. Alright. We can't leave peacefully. We need to win a war against the Kingdom of Bohemia, so we can't even get Bardi to leave. This is so cooked, man. How did it end up going this poorly? And now the Bank of Bardi's in charge of this circle. It can't be more cooked than it is right now. How did this even happen? I don't know. Doesn't make any sense. Like, sure, the Hanseatic League being in charge of the Lower Saxony, like, I could see that. Okay, this makes sense to me. Hanseatic League, influential. They're big. It's huge. That's fine. Sure. Palatinate of the Rhine. Margraviate of Meissen. They're pretty big. That makes sense to a degree. Bohemia Circle, they're the Emperor. It makes sense that they're just chilling. Margraviate of Saluzzo. Okay, that one doesn't make sense to me either. Why isn't it Milan? I don't know. I don't know. Brandenburg, that makes sense. Mainz, I could see it, sure. Köln, I could see it. Alright, that makes sense. And then we have Brabant, of course, and then it's just the Bank of Bardi. The weirdest possible one to have here. How? How are you here? Is it based on... Hold on, is it Diplo rep? Is that it? What's your Diplo reputation? I guess we'll never know. To the ledger we go. Alright. Bardi, you have 18 diplomatic reputation. Genoa, we have 12.47. Is it because of Diplorep? Is that how they managed to steal it from us? But it's not like anybody was disloyal either, so like how do they even do that? Like, circle members may openly challenge the leader's authority if it's less than 15, but nobody was upset. 99 prestige? That could also be it, maybe. Might as well annex them with cheese if you don't play Iron Man. I'd have to restart the game to do that. But like, I guess. If it's a prestige thing, that allows you to be the guy in charge. But even that would be kind of weird, wouldn't it? Because prestige is not as important as, like, the strength of a country, right? Like, oh, I'm a bank, I totally deserve to be in charge of this entire portion of the HRE, this whole area. A bank. Sure. A bank that doesn't make very much money, I might like to add. I don't know, maybe something will happen and we'll just stumble back into leadership. Can't imagine the Bank of Bardi is getting a lot of extra benefits from being the circle leader. Because, like, what are they gonna do with it? How do you become the leader? No idea. There appears to be no indication on how to do that. Steel wins battles, gold wins wars. Want to win wars? Then vote for the Bank of Bardi. Bold to assume there was any voting going on. I think they just decided that they were the leader and everyone went along with it. I don't think there was very much voting at all, actually. I actually, maybe I should just support this as a, or submit this as a bug report. That's probably the best thing I could probably do. Let's see here. Let me just do that real quick. Before I forget... There we go. Anyway, maybe I'll also throw in there, like, how does one become... I don't know. Never mind. So, maybe we go to the Bank of Barty, and we say, hey, challenge circle leadership. Barty does not have consolidating circle leadership. Oh, at least one of these. Oh, if we have greater than 50 prestige. Oh, okay, hold on a second, wait a minute. Ooh, that's pretty interesting. Anyway, yeah, if we can just get some prestige real quick. Maybe I can turn someone into a saint. Nope, never mind, okay. If we can stumble upon a couple of prestige, then I guess we can take it back. Wait till you find out it's a feature, not a bug. I'm waiting for them to be like, yep, working as intended. No, I'm sure they'll be like, yeah, that's a little bit weird actually, maybe we should change that. I assume that's probably going to be their angle. Anyway, we're gonna build another spy network in... Ooh, maybe I build a spy network in one of the Guelphs. Maybe that's the move. Maybe I'm gonna go after Bologna. Maybe that'll be it. Yeah, you aren't particularly strong. We're gonna do that. We're gonna force you into the faction. We're gonna try and keep the antagonism a little bit low, maybe. Also, I think... Oh, right, yeah, we literally only just integrated one location here. The Ottomans have rivaled me. It's so cooked. I think it's over, chat. Maybe I should be building some transports, and not just a bunch of galleys. Well, we do get to hire 37 levies, so maybe we don't need them. Maybe the galleys are fine. Also, can I replace you with a crown member? Do I have any of those? Nope, never mind. Okay, the other one kind of went down. Hold on a second, okay. Right. Eligibility, at least one of. Our prestige is 50 or more. Our circle satisfaction is below 15. A newly installed leader is immune to challenges for 2 years. Man, this is going to keep on happening, isn't it? The bank is just going to keep on trying to steal my leadership. The bank should not be allowed to do this. I'm trying to figure out what laws I should also change. I think we're kind of fine where we are, unless I want to change Central Council. But I think I'm okay with our centralization. In fact, I think I want centralization in this campaign. For now. Okay, maybe there's actually nothing to change. Alright, let's just go in and do something random then. Maybe we'll pick up market regulations, sure. Really not much to build. I guess we can build a few horse farms, but that's kind of it. Also, I don't think these patriots are going to rise up for a while. Will automatically join any revolt in the country. Isn't that lovely? Okay, we might as well bump this up. Unless... No prestige, what? Actually, I would like to build a few things, because I think that helps my prestige. Can I invest in art yet? No, because I did not get the Renaissance. I think everybody except me has embraced the Renaissance. I should actually embrace these, though. Let's see, what do I want to start with? Professional armies is cool and all that, but... I don't think that's our main thing here. I would like the better boats. Better boats, and I want sailors. So, I think I'm going to want to pick up... banking first. Trade range, entrepot, maritime presence. Do they move the Pound Lock canals? No, never mind. Market attraction, that's cool. Trade maritime advantage. Then, of course, the dock. Yeah, we're going to do that, actually. Let's pick up banks. Banking. So we should be just about done what we wanted to pick up, which is Burger Estate Satisfaction. Monthly prestige is relevant right now. Maybe. Issue government bonds. Oh yeah, that's a thing. No, I think it's fine for now. I think what we'll pick up is probably... maybe... I don't really know how much that does for me. Screw it, we'll just go straight to docks. Have something to actually spend money on. Also, the Bank of St. George. Ooh, interesting. So we actually need to get a dynamic historical event for that. That's kind of weird, but I like that. And then after this we do want barks, and I think we might want protected harbors, because that gives me harbor capacity. And then after that we'll figure that out later. 2 cities, 1 market. We'll get our base support, that's perfect. Now, do we have the ability to get more sailors in any way whatsoever? Kind of. Not really. We could... oh yeah, we can make galley barracks. I forgot about that, actually. Maybe we don't need docks. Yeah, you know what? Maybe let's not go for docks because we can sort of get them already. Never mind, we don't need this. So that was a really bad idea. Well, not terrible, but... maybe in that case... in that case, what we go for instead is... actually... yeah, we don't get that much from our trade, to be honest. Maybe we want additional trade range? An entrepot? We definitely want some trade advantage. Trade sea efficiency too. And that'll be that for now. We actually do make a lot of money. Oh right, because I enabled this, of course. So the minting is doing a lot for us. Trade advantage, nice. Just need to get more prestige somehow. I think as long as we can get some people into the faction and then we force a humiliate on the rest of the members of the war we're gonna fight, we should get enough prestige to take our control back. Oh, what do you know? Speaking of prestige. It's either that or it's going to be market advantage, which for some reason our market keeps on disappearing from this, but... What even is our advantage? Where do I find this? Regional economy. Okay. Our advantage is... First. Okay, we have the biggest trade advantage in Zena, meaning getting more actually would not do anything for us. 45 iron, some stability. Yeah, we'll take this. Since this is a city, can't we produce more of these? Oh, wait a minute. Hold up, wait a second. What are we employing in these? What is that exactly? Okay, so I think for us to actually start using these buildings, I hadn't realized yet. I think we're gonna have to import slaves. Also, who's that at the end here? Like, who is this? Other. Okay. Yeah, so trade orders, we are... Can I hover over this, please? Thank you. We might have to import slaves. Maybe. I cannot import slaves. I can try to import steel, which doesn't exist, but I cannot import slaves. Why? Maybe for balance reasons? Up needs, food. Maybe I can do an export order from here instead. No. What are we doing all this slavery for then? Oh, and they changed the slave markets. You no longer need to have slaves to produce slaves. That was always a little bit weird. Where are these going then? They're going to Sarai. Okay, weird. So there's no way for us to actually use these galley barracks? It seems like there's no way for us to employ this building. And if we can't employ it, then obviously we cannot get more sailors. Okay, so while I'm figuring that out, maybe we do actually need the docks. Let's just put a pin in that then. Auto expand, building is open. Can't subsidize it, obviously, because it's already subsidized in a sense. I think I did see slaves in the export order tab. Oh yeah, what do you know? But even as an export order, I mean, that's not actually gonna bring it to Oh, wait a second. Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure I can just create trades. Like, I can just say, hey, we're going to export to Genoa. With... We have no trade capacity. We absolutely have trade capacity. Okay, I just had to do something with that, I guess. So we do want to export, let's just do that, so that it resets. Export to Xena. We're not doing this. We, at least, like, yeah, we aren't going to do that. Export to our capital market, which is not making much money, but it is sending, hopefully, some people over that we can use for the actual barracks, which need to employ them. And yet, we are not finding any slaves in here. Supply from imports, 3. Balance, local supply, 0. That's local balance, sure. Total balance increasing. We look here, we're just not hiring them. We have them, but they're not being employed. In fact, they aren't even moving here. Although we are importing, but not really. So the importing is happening, but the pops are not moving. I think the entire system might be... I don't know if it's broken. I don't really know what's happening, to be honest. Is somebody else getting them first? Oh, wait, they're all moving to here? No, they're not. This game is confusing me so much. I just want to have sailors so I can have a navy. I'm doing everything in my power to try and make this thing work, and it isn't. Could we make this work, maybe? 229 in Xena. And then we look inside, and they're actually 0. Chat, explain this one to me. I need an expert EU5 player to explain to me why the pops are not actually attached to the trade good. You know what it might be? It's because there actually aren't any in Kaffa. I think this whole system itself just might be broken. I think this is why you never see an accurate simulation of, like, for example, the transatlantic slave trade just never happens in EU5, because they have accidentally broken what is meant to be the connection between the actual the actual pop and the good itself, which are supposed to be linked, but it seems they are not linked. And the reason we know that they're not linked is because this building is fully employed, and it is indeed producing every month, producing a good, but the good is not being reflected in the pops. So, because we have goods without pops attached to them, importing the good does not import the pops. Therefore, we aren't actually able to use the pop as employment because they don't actually exist. And maybe it's because I think there might be an issue with this building here where this doesn't actually happen every month. It says 300 monthly enslavement. I don't think it's actually happening. Like, we're looking here, nothing is actually happening here. There's 0 monthly enslavement there, so... And yet the building is still producing them. Yeah, I think that it is just a broken system that needs to be fixed still, maybe. And therefore, it is not really worth looking into or trying to interact with right now. Well, in that case, let's just not worry about that then. Trade can automate, that's totally cool, it can do whatever it wants. We're just gonna get rid of all of our trades, and you do you, I guess. It just means that the galley barracks are, I think, just not able to be used right now. What is the religion of the slaves you do have? I don't have any, and that's actually the source of the problem. Is that we can import the good, but the good is detached from the pop. It shouldn't be, but it is. So there's the good here, 229 in the market, actual population, 0. Just a big 0 over here. Now there are some over here, right? So I think the idea is meant to be, oh, we're going to import them from here into the market in Kaffa, and then they get exported through the Black Sea over into Europe, North Africa, that kind of thing. But that part just never ends up happening. Because I think the problem is that they're trying to use this building rather than importing from, like, over here. In fact, I think the existence of this building is destroying the actual trade itself. Because the market thinks, hey, we have enough of these, okay? So we don't need to import anymore. We have enough. We're producing them, right? In quotes. Producing. So the market thinks it's satisfied. But actually, it isn't. Because those pops don't exist. It's just the good that does. Which means they're not going to import from here, which is where there actually are pops. I guess actually it bears asking, do they have the good? Oops. Okay, so we have the opposite problem in these markets, where they don't have the good, but they do have the pop. This is the most confusing thing, I think. You know what, maybe I just shouldn't think about it too much. I should probably just chalk it up to, yeah, it's just not working, and then move on with my life. But it is a shame because it's one of those things that would allow Genoa to have an early game naval power spike, by giving you the ability to have more galleys. But I guess we just don't really get to use that yet. Anyway, that was like a good 20 minutes of not having to worry about that. Of something that we shouldn't worry about. Rebuilding Constantinopolis. I mean, can we rebuild the walls, please? We do that, maybe? Gain 1 Galata. I would love to have 1 Galata in here. Absolutely. In fact, I'm gonna try and rebuild the city walls because you destroyed them for some stupid reason. Anyway, we're gonna try and build more of these fondacos. We can't. I need to ask somebody for rights. Maybe you'll ask... Wait, why do you hate me? Broken trade agreement? What trade agreement? I've barely even spoken to you. Anyway, I do want Fondacos. Not a big fan of that. We'll take it, I guess. You did say I could build Fondacos, right? Oh, okay. The Fondaco rights doesn't matter because they hate us. Okay, I don't know why they hate me so much, but whatever. I mean, sure, I did attack the Byzantine Empire, but it'd be that big of a deal. Maybe I can ask Sicily for Fondaco rights. Build some more trade offices. I think I wanted to build some in London and Paris. Maybe some over here too. Quick Googling reveals a lot of stumped Redditors. Okay, yeah, that does kind of make sense. I was zoning out until the preventing Genoa from having a navy power spike. Isn't the point of the Mediterranean maritime merchant republics to be incredibly powerful navally? Yeah, and they do give you an early dock ahead of time to give you something. Maybe because they recognize that the galley barracks are not functioning. But yeah, you are supposed to get an early maritime spike, in particular because we can make the galley barracks, which are, I don't know if they're a Genoa exclusive or if it's just because we're a merchant republic in Italy in the early game, but it is one of the unique things that we get. Although I'd have to actually check where we get that. It might be... yeah, right here. So playing Genoa, yeah, we actually do get this because we are playing Genoa. So I think it's supposed to give us our early game naval power spike, but we just don't really get to have that because that system is broken. I'm sure they're aware of it. It's probably not at the top of their to-do list, so I don't expect this is going to get changed until maybe 1.4 at least. Doesn't seem like it's one of their focuses for 1.3, so we might not see that get changed for a little bit. Unfortunately. Anyway, let's go ahead and get our CB on you. Wow, you actually really like me. That's a big shame. That is quite unfortunate. The other thing that's unfortunate is that we're gonna have some rebels soon. But we also need to pick up these institutions. So I'm gonna bite the bullet here. I'm just gonna take these. But the other thing I'm going to do is I'm gonna go to the commoners and I'm gonna say, hey guys, listen, I know we are adopting new technologies and institutions and ideas, but what if you just lock in? How about that? How about we just lock in a little bit? Oh, and then in addition to that, I'll pay you a little bit of money. Actually, no, I'm not. I lied. Okay, once that's done, we're going to go to war, hopefully get enough prestige to take our circle back. from the treacherous usurpers in the Bank of Bardi. It is very odd that if you challenge leadership, it kind of seems like there's nothing that can be done. And I mean this both ways. When we do eventually challenge the Bank of Bardi for leadership, they should have an opportunity to fight me. I would be okay with that. Wait a second, it really is just a prestige thing? We're eligible if our prestige is 50 or higher, but the Bank of Bardi... Let's see. Okay, wait a second, the bank has infinite prestige. Oh, it's so cooked, man. Even if we can challenge them, we can't even take it. Because, ironically, they are so weak, so pathetic, that they're getting infinite prestige every month from having enemies that are a threat. Like, yeah, of course you would. All of your enemies, every country in the world is a threat to you. You're like 17 guys working in one building. Yeah, every country, every other geopolitical actor is gonna outcompete you. The fact that this gives them infinite prestige to take the circle from me. And they get to keep it because of this. I think this is maybe just a gross oversight. Yeah, I think that's kind of cooked. We actually cannot take the circle leadership back from the bank. They are too prestigious. They are too weak, in fact, for us to take it back from them. That is actually what's happening here. Maybe we just have to kill the Bank of Bardi. How do I look them up in my diplomacy? Relations. Known countries. Bardi. Bank of Bardi. Who are you allied with? Diplomacy. Here we go. Ooh, very clever. Very clever, Bank of Bardi. We actually cannot destroy them because they're not allied to anybody. Okay. So, by being diplomatically isolated, they have been able to lock themselves into permanent circle leadership. Very clever. Very good strategy by the AI here. They have managed to figure out a way to lock themselves into permanent leadership. Because I can't kill them. And I can't get more prestige than they have. They are too weak for me to be able to out-prestige them. Their enemies are too threatening. They've threatened... Sorry, they're rivaling the Bank of Peruzzi, which is giving them 0.9 prestige per month. Chat, all I wanted to do was play in an Imperial circle. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to be the leader of a circle. It is almost funny how consistently I try to boot up a game of EU5 and just do something I feel like is relatively reasonable. And then it all falls apart. For some reason or another. Like it just doesn't work. Maybe this is the consequence of playing the betas. But yeah, any country that is a bank, I think, should not be allowed to lead a circle. Or I think there should be like a minimum requirement, maybe? Perhaps? Maybe you should have at least a population of 5,000, maybe? Because the thing is, I actually don't mind if the Hanseatic League leads their own circle. Like, being a landless country and leading a circle, I could see it. I wouldn't be that upset if it's restricted to, like, trade leagues. Like, the Hanseatic League being in charge, that's fine. I can actually live with this. Because they're influential enough that I don't mind that. It's just when I look at the Bank of Party, they have like, they make like 2 ducats of income per month. And I'm just flabbergasted. I genuinely don't know what to say to that. I don't even know if it's them needing to rework banks. I think it's just like I think it's just like the circle allowing banks in the first place to become leaders. Like, it's just so weird. I wouldn't even mind the prestige requirement if it allowed a real country to be in charge. The bank does not qualify as a real country. But anyway, I guess it's not the end of the world, it is just cripplingly annoying. And admittedly, at least a little bit funny. I am wondering maybe if I could just leave this circle, join another one, and take it over. Maybe. Don't think the Hanseatic League should lead a circle either. I mostly agree, but it's the one that I mind the least. Like, I don't really care if the Hanseatic League wants to lead up here. Maybe I'm only saying that because I'm not playing in this region, though. Banks, slavery, food, so much that just doesn't work and needs a rework? Yeah. Like, it's cool that we're getting new mechanics. And I guess, you know, hey, obligatory still public beta, right? I'm just really hoping by the time that this beta becomes a public version that we do not see this problem again. Although I think the issue with slavery not working in the game, I don't even know what to do about that. Because I don't think that's going to be fixed this update. But it is like such an instrumental part of the colonial gameplay. Which I think is just kind of lacking as it is right now. Although we are going to get that update, aren't we? We are going to get that update. The Iberia... Actually, when is the Iberia DLC? Maybe there isn't one. Maybe I'm hallucinating. But we look at EU5 roadmap. I think they said they wanted to do something with exploration. Right, across the pillars. Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they're fixing slavery for that. Oh yeah, with the 1.3 Pavia free update, Italy flavor, quality of life automation, Great Powers rework. Did we actually get a Great Powers rework? Never really checked. Is that like, I mean, I guess I'll figure that out later. But I guess I never really noticed that, where we did get a change for that. Or at least, I guess I'll find out if I play that far. Okay, let's continue improving stability. We would like to get a lot of it, because more stability and pops decide not to join factions. Which is kind of important because we're about to get pumps joining factions. How are we doing, by the way? Ghibellines are definitely winning, that makes sense. Yeah, the Gelts are cooked. Are we fans of the HRE? We were fans of the HRE, and then the Bank of Bardi is now in charge of my circle. And if you don't laugh, well, you have to laugh, because if you don't, then you have to cry. Wrong thing. Trade office. Let's build some more of these. Well, I don't know if they're really making me that much money, but we're gonna build a few more. More trade offices. Yeah, we definitely want some over here too. Why does inferiority to rivals increase prestige at all? I don't know. Being rewarded for relative weakness is backwards. Is backwards. I think, like, that is true. I think it's meant to be like, oh, you have the gall, you have the brass. Say we're going to rival this big scary country that's super strong. So, you know, we're prestigious because even though we're so weak, we're still rivaling them and we're drawing their ire for the sake of, I don't know, challenging their power, what have you. Yeah, I agree that it should not give you that much prestige. Like, the amount that it can scale to is a little... It's actually, way too much. I have prestige in rivals at all? Okay, rivals, I think, are pretty solid in the game just to, like, create conflict between rising powers. Or, like, neighboring powers. Like, I think it's a good vector of creating conflict. Rivals and personalities and all that, I think it's fine. But yeah, it's just prestige from rivals. Wow, I need to drink more water. It's just prestige from rivals that's kind of weird. Maybe it should just be enemies that are a threat and not rivals. Rivals are way too static. I could probably agree with that. But not in a very informed way. Because maybe they're too static, but I don't think I've actually paid attention long enough. Okay, we do have force into our faction on Bologna, and they actually do kind of like us. So we're gonna go ahead and just insult them a little bit. Sorry, Bologna. You understand. I get why rivaling a bigger, stronger nation would give prestige, but it should have limits. Yeah, I completely agree with that, especially within the context of the reason why the Bank of Bardi has so much prestige is because they're rivaling another bank that is slightly larger than they are. And that's what's giving them 0.9 prestige per month. And that is, I would say, very clearly not working as intended. Oh, I also heard that they changed the availability of mercenaries. Let me double check that. Does it feel like this is true? Maybe. I don't really know if I'm noticing a difference here. Although they did change the way that they sort the cost. Oh, maybe they didn't. Maybe it's just weirdly inconsistent. I don't know. Some of them start with, oh yeah, we're gonna hire this for you, and then some of them don't, which affects the cost, but the cost is dynamic, so sorting by cost is not too useful. But yeah, you know what? Maybe they did change the availability of mercenaries. It does seem like you can hire a lot fewer, except for some unique circumstances. Like a lot of these I'm seeing are... Actually, never mind. I completely retract my statement. As I scroll down, I'm like, oh yeah, 19, we have 17, 14, 13, 17. Never mind, there are actually a lot of mercenaries. Maybe it's a consequence of starting this campaign, and then, you know, we're continuing it from a previous save. Oh, if you're thinking about the last Tinto tacos are for next week's patch. Oh, okay. Never mind. I think having one shared opinion between countries like Victoria 3 does is just better. That way, all effects on relations end up in the same pool. If you and France war a lot, then relations are going to be abysmal, and not like what we have, where you could still be in love with France despite the wars. I don't know. I feel like that's not necessarily... I don't know if I would agree with that one. I think like having different relationship statuses, like one side might like the other one more than that, opens up a better possibility for rapprochement. So maybe one side really doesn't like the other, but the other one does really like them, so maybe they want to try and ease relations, which is like another thing that maybe can make it more dynamic. Maybe you can ease tensions a little bit better. I think what I'm most interested to see is how they decide to go through with these, what do they call them? The two-sided peace deals? I think that is going to be certainly something. I guess we'll find out, but when they said, yeah, we actually want bilateral peace deals, where both sides can get something out of this, I would be lying if I said I wasn't concerned at all about that being implemented. Actually, yeah, integrating or promoting the integration process, that would be really nice. What are these? Novi? Portona. Oh, right, the new things that I just got. Yeah, we do want to do this, actually. That would be very nice. Conciliatory movement? Wow, that's just one war exhaustion for all that? That is huge. I'll take that. I think I'll also go ahead and swap away from boosting stability to maybe getting rid of that war exhaustion. When were they planning to add bilateral peace deals? Let me check the roadmap again. Let me see. Let me see if I can find where they said that. Let me see. I can't be hallucinating this. Here we go. Okay, update 1.5, Orléans. Peacemaking is something we plan to rework into a more bilateral negotiation where both sides put demands on the table funded by their own war score, so wars with both parties, or they end with both parties gaining something rather than one side simply dictating terms. That is from this dev diary. Also, yeah, I guess Naples can have food access, whatever. Ooh. Integration increased by 20%, you say? I do like that. Don't like how close these guys are getting to actually revolting. So why are you upset? Let me double check this. You are upset because... integrated but not cored. Hold on, I'm no mathematician. Let me take a look at the numbers here. No, those actually are correct. Oh, the commoners are upset. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Okay, what if I just give the commoners more money? I can just bribe you. Here, you want money? There you go. Happy now? I'll have to wait a month to find out. Yeah, so you're upset because you're conquered still, sure. What about you, though? Peasants are... actually, they're not upset. They're going to become loyal again. Nice. See, everybody's happy. And now it's just you. Whoa, hold on a second. That expired. I did not realize that expired. We've been gaining insane inflation. This is another reason why it sucks to have the Bank of Bardi in control, because they're actually just not doing the thing that they need to do. They need to keep pressing the buttons so that we don't have to spend so much money or get as much inflation. But they're not doing that. Okay, we're gonna do like a little bit of minting, but yeah, that's pretty bad. Romania, force faction change. Where are you? Okay, we'll have to get there in a second. Cut down in size CB against Montferrat? They have not expanded at all. Okay. Very confusing. Yeah, I just broke my alliance because my country wants their land. I don't, but sure, game? Are you sure it's not that they want your land? Because I don't even know if your country has this kind of disposition thing, does it? Yeah, because the thing is, like, with AI Conquer Desire, it just doesn't apply to the player, so I don't really know how that would happen. Unless maybe you have a core or a claim on them. Well, a core would give you a claim, actually, but... Speaking of cores, nice. Schism in the Catholic Church, we love that. Surely this will make the position of the Guelphs stronger. Surely. Probably. The thing is, I think I would like to get everybody to change factions. So, Ferrara as well. Oh, I can just do that. Interesting. Okay. Well, I can do that, but I have to wait for a diplomat to return. Sure. Okay, peace deal. If I can step in here, that would be nice, actually. Because this is a separate country. Oh, they've unconditionally surrendered. That's great, but I actually still need to take stuff from your allies. So that does get a little bit awkward. Okay, so Ravenna, force faction change, humiliate money, war reps, the whole shebang. We'll do that too. Arezzo, war reps, humiliate, money, treaties. Sounds good to me. Ferrara. Faction change. Money. Let me step on your capital again. Step off the capital for 3 seconds and all of a sudden they think they're big business. War reps, change faction, humiliate, money. Yeah, that's fine. Cool. You as well. Humiliate, force faction, money, war reps, break alliance. You can keep your fort though, that's fine. Oh, never mind, that's too much. What am I asking for? Really, the humiliate is that expensive? It can't be that bad. Yeah, you can keep your alliance and you can keep some money then. Okay, we do have 86 prestige. Shout out 86. Good game, or good show. Cheaper to make them a vassal than to humiliate them, yeah. I'm trying not to be too mean though. I've already done my being very mean to everybody Italy campaign. Oh, hi Saf. Imagine being Genoese. This post was made by the Bank of Bardi gang. Yeah. It's just, it's so weird. I don't like it. The Bank of Bardi. The protectors of Italy, and for some reason, all of Burgundy, straight all the way down to Provence. Don't ask, I have no idea. It's just so cooked. The thing is, like, in theory, I actually can challenge them for leadership, except that we aren't going to succeed. Because we need our prestige to exceed theirs by 25 or more. However, their prestige is always capped because they are so weak. Oh, okay, now it's enemies that are a threat, so maybe it wasn't even the rivals thing to begin with. Hold on. Yeah, wait a second. Wait a minute. So everybody just hates the Bank of Bardi so much that they're gaining infinite prestige. I thought it was the other way around. I thought because they had rivaled the Bank of Peruzzi, I thought they were getting infinite prestige, but everybody has declared Bardi as a rival. So because of that, they're getting infinite prestige. And that prestige is allowing them to cap, or like they are immune to losing leadership. This is peak. This is amazing. Oh man. So it's impossible for us to take leadership back. Why does everybody have it out for this bank? Like, why is Egypt declaring Bardi as a rival? I don't understand. Also, I think I'm just gonna bankrupt them. You know what? I'm just gonna ask them to transfer money to me. And they're gonna say yes. But it's actually a lot of money for them, I think. So maybe I'll just keep on asking for money, and then maybe they'll just go bankrupt. Why is a bank eligible to be rival of Egypt? Yes. Yeah. The bank is so sleazy that the entire country of Egypt has beef with them. And everybody's satisfied. By the way, I would like to mention that everybody is very happy with the Bank of Bardi being in charge of the circle. No complaints whatsoever. Imperial Circle mechanics bother me so much because on one hand, yes, they're good, but they weren't instituted until 1500. I would just be happy if they worked properly, to be honest. I think I would just be satisfied with that. You know, maybe they are working fine. Maybe it's the fact that the bank is being rivaled by everybody and their mother. That is the problem. Let me check the rivals of Egypt. Yes, so we have Cilicia. They're pretty small, pretty far away, but okay, sure. We have Utaim. That's like 70 people in the desert. Sure. Alright, you don't want to rival, I don't know, the Ottomans, maybe? No? That's cool. That's cool. Not Tunis. You don't want to rival Tunis or like Morocco or like Castile, maybe? I don't know. Maybe the Jalayirid horde? Yemen, perhaps? And then, of course, naturally, we have the natural enemy of the Egyptian people, the Bank of Bardi. I think they might have to restrict who you're allowed to rival in EU5. I think perhaps they need to add some restrictions to this. I think Egypt rivaling a bank in Italy is perhaps not intended behavior. Maybe. Shouldn't they be too weak to rival them? Shouldn't they indeed? That is the question of the hour. I'm wondering maybe if I can just finagle this a little bit. Let me see if I can like swap to Egypt and get them to rival somebody sensible. Surely they will allow me to do something like that. So how about we stop rivaling the bank of whatever? Oh, we're at war right now. Of course we're at war right now. Because we're fighting somebody with 0 troops. And so naturally, we can't end this war. What even is this? Why are we fighting you? Let me leave. Let me go. Not accepted. We have 0 war score. Oh, because it's Georgia that's in charge of this war. Okay, we're gonna do a couple things. We're gonna hop over to Georgia. Hop over to Georgia, see if we can make them peace out, because I don't really care too much. Just take whatever you're gonna take. Have fun, man. Cool. I don't care in the slightest. Just take whatever you're gonna take. You know what? Make him a vassal or something. Oh, can't do that? Damn, that's crazy. Anyway. So, and then we're gonna swap back over to Egypt. And then we're gonna go over to our rivals. We're gonna stop rivaling the Bank of Bardi. And we're gonna try to rival something sensible. I don't know, maybe the Ottomans. That seems like a relatively historical choice, right? There you go. And then we're gonna swap our way back over to Genoa. And we're gonna take a look at Bardi again. Control left click lets you change nations immediately? Oh. Yeah, what do you know? Alright, Bank of Bardi, are you still getting infinite prestige? Yep, but a little bit less now. Do I have to go to each one of these countries and stop them from rivaling the Bank of Bardi? Okay, is Aragon at war? Can you stop rivaling the Bank of Bardi, please? Stop that. Rival someone sensible. France has been taking chunks out of you, and you would rather rival the Bank of Bardi. Listen, you're rivaling France, okay? Be sensible. Portugal. Again, stop rivaling the Bank of Bardi, please. Stop it. Get some help. This obsession with the Bank of Bardi cannot be healthy. You know what? Go rival France too. Screw it. Who else? We have Bulgaria. We have Tlemcen and Provence. Stop rivaling the Bank of Bardi, please. You can rival Hungary. That makes sense, doesn't it? There you go. Who else? Provence, I think I said. Provence might be the most reasonable one to do this, and even then, it's still not very reasonable. And they have one rival. The Provence-sound people have one rival, and that is clearly the Bank of Bardi. Genoa? Nah. They don't care. But those those guys at the Bank of Bardi. Clearly getting under our skin here. Oh, man. Okay, yeah, go ahead and rival... What's even a reasonable rival? Milan? They can't even rival me because I think we're chill like that. Yeah, you know what? Rival Milan then, I guess. And then who else did I say? Tlemcen? I don't even know how you know what the Bank of Bardi is. You don't have a coastline. I'm shocked you've even heard the name Bardi before. Alright, yeah, clearly, Morocco, Tunis, and Bardi. The natural rivals of Tlemcen. Sure. Like, even Uruguay would make more sense. Because it's such a small country, but it's nearby at least, right? Or like Mizab, who's a border? Oh, they're a subject. Okay, rival these guys then. It's much closer, it makes more sense. The Bardophobia, so tragic, so real. Okay, Bardi. Your prestige, honestly, should be lower. Like, even giving you a 65 equilibrium is honestly too much. Philord asked, will I continue the Athens campaign? There's a really big maybe behind that. It could happen. It's not like 1.3 is too dramatically different. It just updates a bunch of mechanics. So there's a chance maybe that I could come back to it. But only after the beta update, probably. Or after this actual update. Anyway, who else is rivaling the Bank of Bardi? The Byzantines. Ah, yes, of course. I think the problem is that every single rival is threatening to Bardi. Even Granada is, even though Granada will never deal with the Bank of Bardi at all. Like, they're not going to do anything. But yeah, go to Granada and we're going to get rid of their rivalry with the Bank of Bardi. Because of course, there are only two good rivals for Granada. Aragon and the Bank of Bardi. Castile? No. No. We wouldn't rival those guys. Not in a million years. But the Bank of Bardi. Ooh, we hate those guys. We hate those guys so much. You're actually at war with the Ottomans, so I can't do anything about that. Okay, never mind. Who else is rivaling the Bank of Bardi? We have random Ireland tags. One province, one location tags in Ireland, rivaling the Bank of Bardi. I'm actually, at this point, I've gotten past the stage of being upset, and now I'm just curious. Why is everybody rivaling the Bank of Bardi? What game mechanic is making everybody think, yeah, we hate these guys? What is compelling everybody in this region to hate the Bank of Bardi? Oops. Here we go. Who else? Cyprus, Upper Bavaria. The thing is, like, there are a bunch of other countries that are threats and are, like, reasonable rivals. Like, Austria, that's a reasonable rival for Upper Bavaria, I would say. It's the Bank of Bardi. I don't understand it. I don't understand why everybody hates the Bank of Bardi. Or you want to rival somebody? Cilicia, that kind of makes sense, right? Or like the Karamanids, maybe? Here, you can rival these guys. Alright, who else? The Byzantine Empire. Can't do anything about that. Duchy of Saxe-Lauenburg. You're literally one location, but we'll do this anyway. Maybe he doesn't count as a threatening rival. Maybe they just owe the bank money? Maybe. I don't understand. Yeah, you wouldn't get it. You weren't there. Their interest rates are horrible. But it's so weird that it's one specific bank and it's not even the strongest bank. Like, I don't think Bardi even has that much debt. I don't think they've purchased that much debt either. I don't know, maybe I can check. Maybe people will rival banks that they are lending money to. How do I actually swap to the Bank of Bardi? Because they don't own anything, so I can't just like control click them. I think in this case I actually do have to click world map and then Bardi. Just out of curiosity, do they have everybody's loans? Have they been purchasing every loan in the world and that's why everyone's rivaling them? Buildings abroad. I mean, they do have a lot of banks, but it's not like it's insane or anything. Like, they don't have any banks in Alexandria. Loans given? They haven't taken over any loans. They haven't done anything. Like, they haven't issued any bonds. Nobody owes any money. Like, they don't have... They are not an actor in the world right now. They have not taken over any loans. Nobody's lent money from them. There's genuinely no reason for everybody to hate the Bank of Bardi, and yet everyone does anyway. And the thing is, they could also take over loans. I'm wondering if maybe this is another thing that the bank AIs should actually get in on a little bit more, is that they have so much money, but they're not actually taking over loans or offering loans at all. Like, no one would take loans right now either, that's the thing. And why wouldn't you guys actually want a loan? They have too many loans already. Loan duration too short. I mean, that makes sense. Make it 5 years, maybe? Okay, maybe make it 10 years, maybe? Sure. Too many loans. Does everybody have too many loans? No, you don't. See, is it even possible for the AI to say, yeah, we'll actually take a loan from a bank? What if we set the interest rate to... 5% interest for 10 years off of, I don't know, 10 ducats. So, like, it is possible for them to offer loans. But they aren't doing it. So the banks don't seem like they're big actors either. Let me try a different bank, see if they're actually doing something. I'm sorry, this has turned into another debug stream. Kind of like Japan all over again. Okay, Peruzzi, they seem like they're doing a lot more. Check out this bank. Now, did you purchase any loans? Loans taken, loans given. No loans. Very peculiar. You're making money off of your banks? Sure. But no loans. Weird. Unless I have to unpause to see them, but I'm afraid if I do, it's gonna brick my Genoa stuff. Maybe I'll save the game and then I'll see if I can unpause, and I don't know if that'll do anything. Like, maybe they did actually buy some loans. Or they took over some loans and they just don't show up unless you unpause? No. No loans. Okay. You do have some money. I mean, you can buy loans, right? This is something you can do. Takeover loan. Oh, no diplomats. Okay, well, let me just swap to somebody who does have diplomats. I'm dumb. I think this was the exact same guy. Maybe not. No, we're making more money. Still no diplomats, though. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna see, like, it is possible for us to take over loans, right? I'm just gonna do a little test here. Take over loans from Bulgaria. Pay off their debt plus interest. The lender becomes the Bank of Acciaioli. Acciaioli. Sure. Okay. So we take on the loan. Loans given. Plus 10% interest. Okay. So the banks just aren't really taking over loans. Maybe it's just too early in the game. I don't know. Maybe it's just too early. It feels like the banks do have enough money to be taking on loans, but maybe they're prioritizing building banks because maybe it's a more stable, long-term investment that gives them a better return. So maybe it's actually reasonable for them to not buy the loans. Is EU5 worth getting into? I played on release but got overwhelmed and decided to wait a bit, but it would be nice to play something new among Paradox games. Also, how is non-regular nation gameplay? Okay, so... getting into EU5 right now is kinda like... it's kinda like stepping through a minefield a little bit. Like, so long as you stick to a very narrow, specific path, you can probably be just fine. But in a lot of instances, you're gonna find something that's going to be kind of annoying, and it's just gonna pop up, and it's going to... maybe it won't be game ruining, but it's just gonna be very disappointing. That being said, it will probably get a lot better over the next 6 months, hopefully, given the roadmap that they have and the changes that they're making, and like they do have a willingness to update the game. But if the game is overwhelming right now, I think you'll only feel more overwhelmed by trying to figure out things that actually just kinda don't work at the moment. So you could get into it. Obviously, I've gotten into it. Like, I'm playing this game a lot. But then, you know, when I play the game, a lot of the time I end up with a stream like this, which is, wait a second, why are these mechanics just not working? Like, why can't I use my galley barracks as Genoa? Oh, that's because the slave trade isn't working. Oh, well, why is that not working? Oh, well, it's because the pop is decoupled from the good for some reason. So in some areas there are no goods, but there are pops, and in other areas we have the opposite problem, meaning that it doesn't work. And that ends up being like, oh, well, when you do colonial gameplay, that's a big part of colonial history, and like economic incentives and all that stuff. So that doesn't really work, but like you can still colonize, you can still play as a colonial country. It's just not the experience you would expect. And it's like a lot of little things add up over time that contributes to fatigue while playing, I would say. Yeah, just like just fatigue, I would say, is how it feels to really look into things too much. But if you don't really want to try and understand all of the mechanics and you're just there to have like a casual fun playthrough, you can probably find that. It's not like there's nothing good in this game. It's just like a lot of the time you'll encounter a bunch of things that add up to this sense of, I don't know if I want to continue playing this campaign, that kind of thing. So, TLDR, is it worth getting into? If you have spare time and you want to take the time to learn, because it is kind of overwhelming, that is true. There's a lot to this game. There's like a pretty large skill floor, pretty high skill floor, just to get into it. And then once you get to that skill floor is when you start to realize, like, the places where the gameplay is still lacking. But probably decent for like a campaign or two, probably. As for non-regular nation gameplay, I am not entirely sure. Like, I haven't played as a horde yet. The last I checked, they were very strong. I don't know where they are right now. Military orders, I think, are like on a similar kind of field, where they're just kind of interesting to play. I don't know what else I can really say about them. I haven't played in Japan since the first time, so I don't know how that's going. Also weird, sometimes it doesn't feel like bugs, but straight up oversights. Yeah. Like, or like, just things that they didn't expect to have happen, which, yeah, I guess that is what an oversight is. Like, who could have predicted that the Bank of Bardi was going to get rivaled by every country under the sun, therefore making them the permanent member, or the permanent leader of the Imperial Circle in Tuscany? How can you even predict that? Such a weird thing to have happen, so I understand maybe why it's happening. But it does also kind of kill the one main thing that I wanted to do, which was be the Imperial Circle leader. So now I have to go manually fix the rivals so that I get a chance of being the Imperial Circle leader in the area that I want to play in. I guess it could be best summed up as, if you're willing to use debug or to tab over to other countries to resolve problems, then you can kind of live with some of the issues. But if you aren't willing to do that, then you're going to be very frustrated. Also, I don't care if this guy isn't in the cabinet. That's fine. What I should do, actually, is continue getting rid of the rivals of the Bank of Bardi, because they're actually still being rivaled by way too many tags. I don't know if I actually can play as the Bank of Bardi. No, I can, okay. I mean, swap to them. Bank of Bardi, just to check out who's... I actually didn't need to do that, but let's just see who's rivaling them. Byzantium again, can't change that. The Knights. Maybe it would make more sense for them to rival Venice or Byzantium or even me. That's fine. Maybe Cyprus. Who are the rivals here? Ravenna, I guess? Sure. That's not Ravenna. That's Ravenna. See, one rival, and it's the Bank of Bardi. very peculiar. How about you rival somebody nearby, like you? I mean, within Italy, it seems more reasonable, I guess. But still, I think it should be preferable that if given the opportunity, a country should try to rival a neighbor that is an actual, a location-based country. I think there needs to be a priority there. Because I'm getting the feeling that maybe the AI is just trying to rival the weakest countries around it. Like the weakest options they have available to them, which is going to include the bank. Maybe that's what's going wrong here. Is every country is like, oh, we can easily dunk on the Bank of Bardi. We're just so strong and they're so weak in comparison. So we're just going to rival them because it's literally free to rival them. Zero stakes rivalry. And the AI, I mean, every country needs to rival other countries because I'm pretty sure you lose prestige if you don't have enough rivals. Or you gain extra antagonism for not having enough rivals. So the AI is maybe looking at that and saying, we need rivals, so we're just going to rival anybody. Even if it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. And so a lot of the countries are probably looking at Bardi, who is, I think, the weakest bank, and saying, we're so much stronger than these guys that it's actually a free rivalry. There are no downsides to it, and we get to remove our penalties from not having enough rivals. That is my leading theory right now. Because there is something about the weird consistency of so many countries deciding it has to be Bardi. Because yeah, if you're this one little country, what options do you have? The Bank of Bardi counts as a threat. You don't have any rivals, so you're getting penalties up here, right? You're getting penalties for not having rivals. They're super weak. So why not just rival them? So from that perspective, it does make sense, but it is ending with really bad consequences for the rest of the game. Because yeah, you're the bishopric of Minden. You need one rival. Why not rival a super weak country rather than this country that's right next to us and could be actually relatively strong? Right? Why would we rival somebody next to us when that could be a real consequence? Anyway, I think we're just about done here. If we go to Bardi, what's your prestige looking like? Okay, this is still a little bit higher than a bank should have in terms of prestige, but I think I can live with it, probably. I think... Wouldn't it at this point be easier to just use up their prestige and take over the leadership? Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to do that as well. Actually, what do I even spend prestige on? I don't know. But I need to make sure that they don't take all the way back up to 100. So I have to get rid of the countries that are rivaling them so that this goes down. And then after that, we can spend all their prestige. Maybe. I don't actually know how to do that. Oops, that's me. Think of Bardi. So how do we spend prestige? What is something we can do to fix that? Cultures? No. We actually have 110% pops. Oh, yeah, okay, we actually can do that. Okay, so the Bank of Bardi, we use all that prestige. Swap back to Genoa. Now the Bank of Bardi has no prestige. We're going to set up a second save here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so now the Bank of Bardi has no prestige. I'm just gonna quickly type in more context in the little kind of bug report that I'm doing. Okay. Alright. Yes, the Bank of Bardi, no longer infinite prestige. As long as that remains consistent, what we should be allowed to do at this point is go to the actual bank. And challenge circle leadership. We're gonna press our challenge. Bardi loses prestige, cool. So do we get our leadership back? Yes. Okay. Oh my god, that was a hassle. That was a huge pain, I'm not gonna lie. Alright. We managed to solve the problem, at least temporarily. If another bank ends up being rivaled by 30 different countries, we will have to solve the problem again. But at least for now, we should be fine. Unfortunately, I spent so much time trying to figure out what went wrong there that I think I'm only going to have at most an hour of time. So, that is kind of a shame, but... Alright, so what do we want to do at this point? Now that we are, once again, the circle leader. Everybody likes us, that's pretty chill. We're getting more prestige, of course. Right, we do have these separatists. Hey, at the very least, these separatists are not like Victoria 3 separatists. Can you imagine EU5, but every time you have a revolt, you actually have to start integrating them again from zero? Imagine. The party is pulling a Napoleon and you're undermining him. Well, maybe they should have thought about that before existing, actually. It's not even like they're rivaling anybody, they just exist. It's like they're suffering from success, but it's actually success from suffering. They're so weak, they are so underpowered, no money, no armies, nothing to their name, that they're getting rivaled by everybody. Which of course gives them prestige. Oh, would you look at that? It's a pretty big Ghibellines faction. That's crazy. I think at this point the Guelphs really do not stand a chance. And we might be able to reinforce that if only Venice were not allied to Austria and Verona. Suffering from suffering. They've invented a completely new playstyle. I should probably reinstate the little thing we had here too. Circle coinage in November. Oh yeah, we can also pay everybody the Imperial Grant. Maybe that's not what I need. Circle Authority? Yeah, we're gonna do that. People aren't very happy, but then I'm just gonna pay them. Now, what circle is this? Because it's so weird. It extends all the way up into here, down to here, and then along into Switzerland, and then into Milan. A very weird circle. Is it the Lombardy circle? It is. And who's in charge of that? Saluzzo. Naturally, of course. I'm not going to change this one, but I am curious. Is it the same problem? No, I think they just got really lucky with prestige events. Okay. Alright, Holy Roman Emperor, what do you actually want? Emperor dynastic preference. Allow self-voting. In my good HRE? I don't think so. I don't think so. Voting for yourself? I wonder if maybe I should be expanding my little trade centers here. No, the Golden Horde kind of scares me, actually. That is a lot of combat power. It's a little bit scary. What about the Ottomans? Terrifying. Okay, Byzantines. Now we're talking. Oh, the Ottomans took that. That's kind of cursed. Maybe we go to war with Byzantium again. Do you even pay me that much? No, you pay me almost nothing. Excellent. Actually, does anybody here care? No, not really. Okay, maybe I'll go to war with these guys. Maybe I'll go to war with these guys. Or maybe you. Anyone I can actually get a CB on. Also depending on the... on this. Probably should build a road here. Yeah, what can I go after you maybe? Pavia? Oh, I can definitely go after Pavia. I cannot go after Pavia. Because you are in my faction. Okay, I'll go after the countries that are not in my faction, sure. Hello? What is this? The local politics of the Corsican island is traditionally dominated by 5 noble clans. Okay, so this guy is elected Count of Corsica by the other noble clans, undermining Genoese authority over the island. Oh, so I can lose all control over Corsica and make everybody happy. Or I have to fight the Corsican independence fighters. I think I'm just going to fight them. I really don't think they're going to be able to do that much against me. And if they do actually rise up, I'm just going to get rid of this castle. But I don't know if these guys are actually upset enough to care. Oh, the events make sure they're upset enough to care. Okay. Alright, let's pick up something. Bark, that's a good idea. Protected harbor, that's a good idea. I would actually like maybe military tactics. That's a good one. Maybe the maritime presence one? Where is that? Down here? I mean, yeah, an entrepot is not a bad idea, so maybe we'll pick this up and this up. Maybe even the canal? 10% production efficiency is something. We can afford one in the capital, I think. Looking for Anne Bernard recommendations, any theocracies with mission trees? Oh, I don't think I've ever played a theocracy in Anne Bernard. I don't even know where there are theocracies. Probably in the Empire of Anne Bernard, there's gotta be something. So are these guys actually upset, or is it just a couple of nobles? It is a couple of nobles, but like, this is kind of cooked, yeah. That's great. Oh well, it's not the end of the world. Let's just make sure that we have a couple of things that we need. We would definitely like some more roads going into the capital. So we'll build one here. I don't know if it's worth building one here. Yeah, it probably is. Well, we definitely want one going into here because we're about to conquer this. There are majocracies, true. You could play as the... Oh my god, what's it actually called? The main mage people in the Empire of Anbanar. The one on the island. I'm forgetting the name. Magisterium, thank you. I don't know when they were last updated, though. The Magisterium. Did the Knights get kicked to Malta yet? No, they're still chilling here. Maritime presence is one happen, or what am I just saying? It is 100 here. Oh, just not anywhere else. Okay, never mind, that makes sense. I was gonna say, why are you not moving, but that makes sense. New wanderers into Elikend, that is true. I think that does make you a theocracy. And you get a unique religion, so that's kind of cool. Let's not forget, we do want to reform the circle coinage. So we can get rid of all this inflation. Let's make sure I don't cook it too much, though. We're just going to do this. Barty's no longer in the Ghibellines. Fine. That is some very beautiful trade income. You know what? Maybe we produce a few more of these trade buildings. They seem to be the most profitable thing for us. Also, I forgot to put someone here. There are the temples, right? Like the Ara temple, the one produces gold. Yeah, like Minara as well. I don't know which ones have mission trees, but... Ooh, 10 Republican tradition. Yeah, Bazas is definitely our pope. For sure. Oh, right, I do also need to build... oh, shoot, of course, we can only have one dock. We can build one here, but I need to start urbanizing. Now, we do have our barks. These are just better for maritime presence, right? Oh, they really did double the maritime presence. Huh. Oh, right, because ships are so much more expensive now. Maybe that makes the galleys just more cost-effective. Because a galley gives us 0.16 maritime presence for 95 ducats, and a bark is not doubling that. It's giving us 0.28, but the cost is doubled. Yeah, I mean, the base cost is literally doubled, so... Yeah, that makes sense. So the bark is actually not more cost-effective over the galley, except that galleys, I think they might take more sailor maintenance, so maybe that's where they diverge. Sailor maintenance is still 1 per each bark, but it's also 1 per each galley, and if that's the bottleneck, then I guess that's what we care about. Speaking of improving naval infrastructure... Well, actually, that's not what we care about that much. Market Expansion Act makes the most sense for the trade capacity, merchant maintenance efficiency. Because I'm not going to change any laws, so... Well, actually, I could get my CB against somebody here, and I really do want to vassalize the Republic of Pavia. I can't force them into the faction, So if we do want to go to war with them, they don't even have well, they do have walls, okay, fine. But yeah, I actually do want to take this, because if I don't, I think Milan will. And they're a little bit scary, I'm not gonna lie. Only a little bit though, because we are stronger than them. But I think I should have this, so. Market Expansion Acts. We are going to fabricate a CB on Pavia. Because I want it before Milan gets it. We are starting to get some control over Corsica, but it really isn't much. Well, we'll fix it over time. Ooh, that's winter. Let's not go there. Too many liberties. Please, my Doge, we are too free. We have too many privileges. Too many liberties. Oh, never mind. The Doge has taken too many liberties when governing the nation. Oh. Okay, well that's fine. I do not care about Milan's opinion of me. They are irrelevant. Well, not really, but kind of. Could you play the mod that adds the British Isles to Anbanar as England? Keep forgetting about these guys. My bad. These poor Corsican men, every time they just get sent over and they just straight up die every time. Oops. My bad, guys. Does the England mod, does the British Isles mod have actual mission trees? Because if so, maybe. Because I think it would be kind of funny. If it's literally just playing regular England, but it's in Anbanar, then I don't know about that one. It's an isekai anime plot? Of course it is. Maybe. No guarantees, but maybe. Oh, you know what? I should actually give you a little thing here. What? Okay. I should give you urban rights. An urban right, maybe. What do you actually do? You have olives. Okay. Well, you are near some wool. Maybe you could produce cloth? Maybe you can do some cloth business? Yeah, maybe a cloth business, but we don't unlock that for a while. Burgers trade capacity, I'm not feeling that too much. Fortress Town, not really feeling it. Free Town Charter? Not really. Market Charter? Ooh, that's a good one, but we don't need that because we have fine access here. Stapleport, don't need that. Okay, so actually we don't need any of these. Yeah, we actually don't need any of these. Oh, the horrors, we thought we had seen it all. The Nazi elves, the fanatic slaver gnolls, the centaur warlords. But it was just a prelude to the real horror. The real horror when they arrived. We call them demons, but they call themselves the British. The gnomes don't know real colonialism, real imperialism until the British show up. Laurent, when they're in a colonization competition and their opponent is the British. Also, I should be granary maxing because these are actually kind of broken. We check our population growth here. Let's just keep in mind it is 0.52 without war exhaustion, 0.54. Then once these get built, we'll take a look at them again. Also, plague, let's go! We love smallpox. Spread of Florentine culture. What? That is a lot of monthly prestige. That's crazy, actually. Ooh, I'm afraid if I don't pick up this prestige, it might actually be over for me. Because somebody else is, and they might outcompete me. Actually, what's your prestige? It's not that crazy. You know what, I'm gonna take that actually. Yeah, that's kind of a lot. This is also why I should honestly be decreasing my cost of courts to always be losing a little bit of Republican tradition. Maybe not that much. But anyway, yeah, we will take this. Because you never really need this to be at 100%. It's kind of fine if you keep it around 80, and then every now and then you get some event that bumps it up. Okay, I think I'm gonna save my money for now. Or I'm gonna build a lot more of these trade things. So clearly our most profitable trade is Zena to Iskandaria. What are we trading? Cotton. That makes sense. Sugar. That makes sense. How can we expand this trade? We, begrudgingly, need to be friends with Egypt. Maybe not begrudgingly from our side, but in some perspective. Also don't need that anymore. Like, we actually do want to be friends with them. They do not want to be friends with me. Antagonism minus 65. What did I do to you? Nothing. I just existed. Okay. That's gonna hurt. Okay, so these guys, Malaspina, I'm actually only interested in taking this for now. Yes, it is expensive. People will not like me for that. Actually, wait, do they even care? Very few countries care about this. If I take this. Light work, no reaction. Okay. What if I take this? Now we're kind of pushing it a little bit. Okay. What if I vassalize Pavia? Now we're really pushing it. What if I annex Pavia? And then I release them. Plus 43.82 from Milan. So basically, I should actually just annex and release them. Because you don't have any other cores. So to reset the penalty, we should annex and release rather than vassalize because it has the same cost. Same antagonism. Messing with the Holy Roman Empire, yeah, that makes sense. What if I do this? I have to wait for the month tick, I think. Why release them at that point? Because the city of Pavia, as a city, is going to take maybe 300 years to integrate. Well, my real prediction is that it would take until 1470. That's going to be my prediction. Now, before we worry about that, I actually am just going to take this little coastal thing here. Actually, maybe I don't take that. It's like an extra 50%, isn't it? Okay, most countries do not care. But of the ones that do... let's see... Being a non-co-belligerent does not seem to matter. Okay. Never mind then. So I guess we could go ahead and take like this stuff, maybe. It's probably a better option. I'm afraid that's going to cause a few issues within Italy, though. So maybe I will be a little cautious. Maybe. And this is off the table, right? Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so you get to keep your capital. Congratulations. We're going to take the rest of this little province here, and then you get to live. Congratulations. You win the lottery for not having to die. And then over here, you're just going to pay me money. The war reps. Break your treaty with Milan. That's kind of it. Maybe with Parma as well, because I just don't like you. Ooh, could liberate some countries for the love of the game. Why not? And a little humiliate. It's kind of funny that they're willing to accept all of this, and all I did was siege one town and one little village in the middle of nowhere. But hey, I'm not complaining. I'll take it. Okay, and then from you, Pavia. As we have established, there is no benefit to vassalization. Many countries are going to be angry regardless. Base of 14.01 versus a base of 14.01. Yeah, so. Not really a difference there, it seems. Well, hold on. Parma goes up to 69.9 versus Parma going to... $70.73. Okay, so as it turns out, conquering is cheaper than vassalization, so we're gonna conquer them, I guess. It's kind of odd. They don't have good claims, I checked already. But yeah, let's go take a look at how long this would take to integrate. I think I said my prediction was 1470. Oh, okay, actually, so my prediction was off. As it turns out, the answer is infinity. It will take forever to integrate. It will actually never be integrated so long as my cultural influence is still lower than the Lombard one to such a degree. And also, even if we didn't have to worry about that, it would still be reduced by 75%. So we are, in fact, going to be releasing them as a subject. Welcome back, Pavia. Besides, even if I could integrate them in a relatively reasonable time, there is still the big problem of the fact that this is a decent amount of economic base that I have low control over for now, while I am integrating them. Now, people are not very happy with this. Maybe I'm actually not going to invade that guy. I still invade Byzantium again, though. And no CB Eastern Rome, don't worry, we are way ahead of you. Oh, that's weird. I was able to do a cleanse heresy CB, but now I can't. Somehow I went from being a neighbor to not being a neighbor. I don't know why, but okay. Well, I might as well keep these up. They help my prestige a little. Alright, let's put you back on maybe... Actually, diplomatic endeavors would be good, because I have a few relationships to fix. Okay, we actually have no CB against Byzantium. Never mind. Well, I've joined the coalition, how could you? After all we've been through, all the fights we've been through. The non-co-belligerent cost should be in the location tooltip in the peace deal, not the coalition tooltip in the summary. Oh. Okay, that's probably good to know for future reference. You know what else I should do? Pick up armories. Because having money does not guarantee my safety. I'm gonna get rid of these archers too. We're mostly interested in just maximizing the power that we get from our income, which is basically just cavalry. Could also form a defensive league, maybe with Provence. I don't really plan to attack them anytime soon. I don't know where they would vote, actually. Resolutions, we have one, voting for possible defense. Okay, never mind. But I don't think that's going to pass. If I remember correctly, Ambanar's contrivance to start in 1444, because that's when the green tide finally broke. If Ambanar were to be made for EU5, is there an already important event in 1337, or do they have to make one? So, they are not going to start Embanar EU5 in 1337. I think they have mentioned that they're going to stick to 1444. Which is reasonable, I would say. Makes it a lot easier to sort of port over the mod into EU5. If they don't have to worry about, like, reinventing all of the lore for another start date. Not reinventing, but, you know, like, setting up an entire new start date. I think I can live with that. But ultimately, I don't know how it's going to pan out. So maybe they'll change that. But I think their number one priority is just porting over the map from EU4 into EU5 to start with. Actually, can I get more Fondacos? No. Not even in my subject. Request a sound toll exemption. What do you mean request the exemption? I am your overlord. I automatically get exemption. I'm not paying that, am I? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Okay. Request Fondaco rights. Yes, please. Thank you. Ooh, we can build a lot in Constantinople. We'll put a few of those down. But Fondacos are literally just regular trade things, but slightly better, right? Trade offices give you 0.5 presence, 0.2 trade advantage, 0.3 capacity. So it's less capacity, it's more advantage. It also gives migration attraction. Okay. So they're actually not that good if you already have maximum trade advantage. So we're number 3. Building more buildings will make it better for us. But who's ahead of us right now? The Ottomans and the Republic of Byzantium. Okay, that makes sense. Why is everybody leaving the Ghibellines? You can't do this. Oh, I think it's because everybody hates me. That might be it. Yeah, that's good with Provence, that works. They heard Barty left and they can't live without their goal of rigged interest rates. So real, so true. Barty, the real kingmaker. Contribute to organization treasury. Okay, listen, I might be an HRE fanboy here, but I don't know about that taxation, though. Could also bribe a country to move over. Let's see. Because I don't really want the taxation. I don't want to pay taxes. All I have to do is bribe. I don't have a diplomat. Shoot. Do I have enough time to get diplomats? Yes. You can transfer trade power from vessels. Wait a minute. Chad, is this real? Oh yeah. Well, first I'm gonna bribe somebody. I only need like one country to swap. How about you? How much of a bribe would it take? 200 ducats. I don't really have to bribe them though. I can bribe somebody for cheaper. Not much cheaper. It just needs to be somebody with just like a little bit of strength. Somebody who's willing to accept just a little bribe. Just a little one. Why do I only get 2 special status power? That's kind of cringe. I feel like I'm strong enough to get more. I am an Imperial Circle holder. I guess I do actually get to sum up everybody. That's true. I do get to vote for everybody in my circle. Let's just get like a little bribe going. Just a little one. Oh no! For some reason, we can't pass taxation anymore. Oh! How tragic. Oh no. If only the Holy Roman Emperor had made better arguments. If only he could really convince the people of the righteousness of the laws he's trying to pass. Maybe they would pass then. That's crazy. Wow, that's really unfortunate. Maybe they just need to canvas harder or something. I don't know. Darn. No taxation. Anyway, how about you divert trade to me? I think that would be really cool. Okay, so now we have the #1 trade advantage. We get a bunch of trade capacity as well. How about in here? You actually have some decent trade capacity. You should give that to me, I think. They do not like diverting trade. That's a shame. Turns out, yeah, I could have been making a lot more money if I were just more tyrannical. It's crazy how that works. If I just infringed upon the rights of my subjects' merchants. Turns out you can make a lot of money that way. Oh shoot, it's actually 6 o'clock? Okay, I might have to end stream pretty soon, actually. But we're just getting started. We're actually having fun with our Merchant Republic. We're starting to actually make a lot of money. 80 income. Let's do a little money spread check. Ooh, would you look at that? Making the 5th highest income. More than England. More than Bohemia. More than Flanders and Naples and Venice. Get dunked on, Venice. Look at that. What a failed merchant republic. Can't even properly exploit their subjects for more money. Furthermore, I believe that Venice should become another trade outpost for the superb Republic of Genoa. I know one VTuber that will take offense at this Venice slander. It's not even Venice slander, I'm just speaking the truth. I mean, look at the numbers. The numbers aren't gonna lie. 40 ducats of income? That's kind of sad for a merchant republic when I'm sitting here with almost double that. I don't know. El Merchant Republic, all I can say is that I'm the one who's actually in control of Constantinople. The Latin Empire couldn't hold on to it, but look at this. 30 full years of control over Constantinople. Venetians, eat your heart out, it's over. Venice's most serene republic is a way cooler than superb republic title. I think we can solve this, actually. I think the solution to this problem is if Venice no longer exists. Yeah, we take over Venice, exactly. We become the most superb and serene democratic republic of Genoa. Wait, hold on a second. Democratic Republic. Democracy. Now, we might be pushing it a little far here with our definitions of superb and serene republic. Democracy? No. That would be the rule of the unwashed peasants. No. We need the enlightened guidance of the mercantile elites to guide the prosperity of this republic. With our... I don't even know what elections we use. With our Doge election, see? The elites, the the most literate and capable of guiding the country make sure that the Republic is in good hands. Military dictatorships call themselves democratic republics whilst being neither. Yeah, it is kind of a vibe thing. That is true. But like, we don't need to pretend to be democratic republics because democracy has no legitimacy in the year 1370. Right now, we have the divine rule of kings to contest ourselves with. The kings of Europe look at us with disdain with our elector system, but if you think about it, it's not that different from the Holy Roman Empire itself. We just need to have some closed elections to make sure the best person is in charge. Is there a fair response? How is most superb and serene divine republic of Genoa? Now we're cooking. Yeah, you like democracy? Name every voter. Can you check if Flanders was making that bank simply through cities or trade? I'm gonna guess it's through their cities because they have insane amounts of silk. So they do tend to make a lot of money. I think they also took over Pisa. Yeah, they also have subjects that are relatively wealthy. Like, Pisa's kind of wealthy, so they're sending money to Florence. Florence has a bunch of silk. They also have huge numbers of tailors' guilds. So they are making a lot of money off this. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. Anyway, we are going to pause this. I'm glad that we did get through some of the more aggravating parts of the early game, as we had to try and figure out what went wrong with our Imperial Circle. But hey, we are in a position where I'm actually kind of having fun. We're making some decent money. Population is recovering for the most part. Half of the Italian HRE hates us, but that's fine. We're still set to win the Ghibellines, probably. We might have to put in some more work there. It's because everyone's leaving, which is not great, but maybe we'll fix that. Also, how did you join the Guelphs? You're my subject. Okay, whatever. Yeah, unfortunately, we're still like less than 40 years into the game. My bad. 2 full streams, less than 40 years. That's a Orbit classic. But hopefully next stream we will get a lot more done. Because we can play a little bit faster. We make more money, we can do more things. But we are going to call it there for today. Yeah, the titles are historical, I know. They actually were just that petty. Superb Republic of Genoa. Well, actually, we're the most serene republic. Okay. Anyway, I would like to stream. I actually don't know if I'm doing anything too important tomorrow. Might be able to stream tomorrow. Sunday's probably not going to happen. In fact, it's definitely not going to happen. But there's maybe tomorrow, and then we'll see for next week. We'll see about that. But I want to say thank you very much, everybody, for sticking around for today's stream, especially those who stuck through the worst parts of trying to figure out what went wrong. We had maybe like an hour of that in today's stream, so my apologies, but when I see something that's not working, I like to get down to the bottom of it, figure out what the problem is. So, thanks for sticking with that. I will see you guys hopefully tomorrow. If I have both the time and the motivation, we will find out. But for now, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your Friday. We're going to see if anybody is streaming on either Twitch or YouTube that I can go ahead and raid. Although it is a little bit late in the day, so our chances of that happening are a little bit slimmer than I would like. But let's see what we can do here. Actually, the Playmaker is playing some EU5, so we're gonna go ahead and actually raid him. Is he also streaming on YouTube? That's another question that I need to start asking, because I might be able to do a double raid. He is actually streaming on YouTube. Congratulations, that's great. Okay, so let's go ahead and see if I can do a double raid here. Unless he's not letting people raid him. Oh, he is. Okay, perfect, yeah. I'm gonna redirect here on the YouTube stream, and we're also going to do that on Twitch. We're gonna raid. Alright, so thank you very much everyone for being here. Tomorrow, hopefully, stream, maybe, we'll see. But for now, have a wonderful rest of your Friday, and if I don't see you tomorrow, a wonderful rest of your weekend. Bye, bit.